Hey everybody, it's Jeffrey Goodham and I am back. And I'm sorry for the problem before. Uh, Now we're okay. We're going to get started here in just a couple minutes. I'll start with the lineups again. Just have some personal issues going on here. Oh! Right. Oh. Okay, we're set here. It's Minnesota at Detroit, the fourth of a four-game. Detroit has taken 2 out of 3. It's Jim Kaat, the left-hander for Minnesota, and Earl Wilson, the right-hander. And in a moment, we expect the Tigers to take the field. Tigers hosting the Twins here. Tomorrow's game, Pittsburgh at Los Angeles, is going to have an early start due to my own schedule. That'll be an 8 a.m. Eastern start, 5 a.m. in the morning on the West Coast. Just a minute, the tweet will be up. And I'll have to use the lavatory. There's the tweet. The tweet is up and the tweet is good. That's a brand new, fresh tweet. I'm going to use the lavatory and I'll be back in just about a minute. Christ. This thing is whacked. Everything is going wrong now. Okay. God. Oh. Okay, we are ready. It's been a tough afternoon for me, folks. I am so sorry. But we're set now. Tomorrow's game is at 8 a.m. Eastern U.S. time. I am so sorry. I could do it later, but no. We'll try it tomorrow at that time. Earl Wilson for the Tigers in the fourth game here of the four-game series. He's facing Uhlaender to start it off. Here's the wind-up. And the pitch to Uhlaender. And that is a base hit by Uhlaender to start it off for the Twins. Uhlaender on, being held. Freehand is back in the lineup, so he'll be a 1-8 Uhlaender. Here's Rod Carew. Okay, Wilson now from the stretch. And the pitch to Rodney. Hey, Kathy, how are you? I had a tough time here. And I had to reconnect this thing. And also, tomorrow's game I have to move back to 8 a.m. Eastern. I understand if that's too early for you. But I plan to get an afternoon game in there also. Rod Carew at the plate here. Things are okay now. They're better than they were. The pitch to Rodney, 4-7, and that is a base hit by Carew right up the middle. Uhlaender goes to second. First and second with nobody out. Here comes Tony Oliva. Yeah, it's a crazy. I'm going through some personal issues. Okay, Wilson in trouble already. Here's the pitch to Oliva. 2-9, and he grounds it to second. The runners will advance. So Oliva grounds out. Carew on second, Eulander on third, one out. And they're walking Killebrew to set up a double play. So the bases are loaded, one out. Infield is back for Rich Reese, though. Reese hit 302, I believe, in real world. 322. Left-handed hitter, so risky business putting Killebrew on like that, but they're going to go for it. Here's Wilson now. 1-7. He struck him out. So Wilson gets Reese, 2 down. And Johnny Roseboro back in the lineup. Clutch situation here. The bases are loaded with Twins. It's 2 outs just underway here, top of the first. Okay. Here's Wilson, the pitch. Oh! The dice fell out of my hands. Okay, here's the pitch to Roseboro. God. 3-11. And that is a base hit by Roseboro. Eulander scores 1-0 Minnesota here. Everyone else moves up. So Wilson having a tough go of it here in the first. Still bases loaded. And here comes Tovar. Wilson trying to get out of this. Miserable first inning here for Earl Wilson. Okay. Here's the pitch to Cesar. 4-10, fly ball center. This should end the inning. Stanley has it. And the side is retired. 1 run, they're lucky, I would say, on 3 hits, an intentional walk, and 3 left on. After a half, Twins won. Detroit coming to bat. Just dealing with some personal stuff with my son, Kathy. He's 27, but it's tough for everybody today. But he's working with me. So actually I feel a little better than I did before. Whew. Well, here's Jim Kaat, the southpaw. I might move that game up to 10 a.m. I'll see. Now I'll leave it at 8. See how that works. Okay, Big Jim Kaat with 14 wins this season. Going for number 15. He had 14 in real world, so he's doing better than in real world. Kaat is a southpaw. Mickey Stanley leads it off. The returning, yeah, you have kids, right? So you know. You know. I love him to death. You know what I'm saying? Okay, Kaat is ready. Here's Stanley. Pitch from Kaat. 6-4. Walked him. So Stanley's on, the tying run. This is the last game of this pad, I'll tell you all. Got a fresh new one here. Kathy Harden for the Tigers. I'm for the Tigers. Only because I want the Oakland to have a chance at this, which is unlikely, but you can't. At least I can wish. Here's Tom Tresh, the switch hitter, batting right against Kaat from the stretch. with Stanley on first, no outs. And Kaat, the pitch. 6-10, right-hander. That's a fly to left. Under it is Ulander, and he makes the catch. And Stanley holds, one down. Now K-line. How many do you have, Kathy? I have only one. Can you imagine if I had more? God, I don't know how people have multiple children. I think you might have told me. You have two, maybe three. I don't know. Here's K-line against Kaat. Stanley on first, one down. And the pitch to K-line. 1-6. Flies to left again, Ulander. 2 outs. You have two sons, okay. So another fly ball. 2 outs with Stanley on first and Willie Horton. Norm Cash on deck. Okay, Kaat. Ron has arrived. Great to see you, Ron. Here's the pitch to Horton. 5-7. Grounder to second X. Carew, he's a 3. (14-3), and he boots it. Rodney boots it for an error. And that makes it first and second. So Horton on first, Stanley on second, and Bill Freehand gets a nice hand. Back in the lineup, he was out for about a week. Jim Price had been doing the catching duties. This thing was frozen. Jesus Christ. I am so sorry, folks. I'm really being pressed to my limit here with these technical problems. God. Okay. Ron, I'm so sorry to hear that. Had you told us that your brother died? The thing just froze on me here. It's okay now. I am so sorry, Ron. Okay, Cardenas leading it off. Top of the second. Here's Wilson now. The pitch to Cardenas. 6-3. Flies to left, X. Horton a 3. 14-3, and he 14-3, and he makes the catch. 1 out. And now Jim Kaat. Yeah, I remember that, Ron. Yeah, it's tough. I've been through loss. Okay, Kaat steps in. Kaat is a left-handed hitter, 7 NL. Wilson winds. The pitch to Kaat, 5-8. And that's going to be a double down the line for Kaat. And he's a good hitter. So Kaat on second, 1 out. And here's Ted Uhlaender. Wilson from the stretch. The pitch to Uhlaender, 6-5, grounder to short. Tresh, he's a 3. 1-3, that goes through for a base hit. Kaat rounding third. He comes home. Uhlaender with his second hit of the game, and it's a 2-0 ball game. Uhlaender with a single, bringing home Kaat. He'll be held 1-8 with freehand. And here's Carew. Uhlaender on first, 1 down, 1 in here. In the second. Okay, here's the pitch to Carew. 5-4, catcher X. That's freehand at 2. 8-2. And he drops the pop-up. Bill Freehand. Gets charged with an error there. He's just back after being out. But still, it's first and second, 1 down now for Tony Oliva. This lineup is just unbelievable. Oliva, left-handed hitter. It's first and second, 1 down. Here's Wilson. 5-9. And it's hit deep by Oliva. And it's gone. A 3-run home run for Tony Oliva here in the second. At least one of those is unearned. That's what we're going to say. Mr. Perota is not here, but we're going to make Carew's run unearned. Tony Oliva, it's now 5-0. You talk about hitting teams. My Lord. For Oliva, that's number 22 on the season. Four runs in here. There's action in the Minnesota bullpen now, so early. Worthington and Perinoski were used in the last game. It's Dick Woodson warming. He's a right-hander. It's a shame they don't want to use him. Others are available. But right now it's Dick Woodson. Actually, they also have Jerry Grisenda, the left-hander, warming. Jerry Grisenda. Oh, so here comes Killebrew, 1 out, nobody on. 4 runs in here in the second, and it's a 5-0 ball game. Okay, Wilson is ready. Here's the pitch to Killebrew. 3-10. Oh, Lord, that's hit deep. Into the gap, a double. So Killebrew on second. Billy Martin not happy in the bullpen, in the dugout. Rich Reese, the batter, left-handed hitter. He struck out in the first. Tough outing here for Wilson. Here's the pitch to Reese. 2-7. And it's a base hit to left. Killebrew goes to third and holds, and that's it for Earl Wilson. Knocked out here in the second. Just so much of that you can possibly put up with. Wilson pitched 1 1/3 innings. He allowed 8 hits. He walked 1, it was intentional. He struck out 1, and he's allowed 4 earned runs thus far. Roseboro is due up. It's going to be Joe Grisenda, the left-hander. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the wrong goddamn team. God. Oh, God. It's going to be John Hiller. The Tiger bullpen is well rested. Hiller is a left-hander. So Hiller comes in. He's a left-hander facing the left-handed hitter Johnny Roseboro. It's first and third, 1 down. Early exit, yeah. He got bombed. Here's Hiller now. Pitch to Roseboro. Five, 6. Fly ball to center. This is deep enough for Killebrew to tag. And that will be charged to Wilson. Reese holds. That's unearned. If Mr. Perota. Now we can close him out. He allowed 4 earned runs. 5 are in here. It's 6-0. And Cesar Tovar, the 9th batter this inning, facing Hiller. He's 6'9", and it's hit deep by Tovar. Back to the wall goes Horton at the warning track. Makes the catch, and the side is out. But there were 5 runs, and on a lot of frickin' hits, including a 3-run home run by Oliva. In the middle of the second, it's 6-0. It was an early start. It happens. You think that's realistic, Kathy? I mean, you know, you're going to keep a guy in like this with all these hits going on? I mean, how much can we let this go on? That's just me. Jim Kaat on the mound. Okay, leading it off, Norm Cash. Lefty here. Jim Kaat now. The pitch to Cash. 6-6, walked him. Second walk given up by Kaat today. Here's Don Wirt. From the stretch now, Kaat. 6-6. And that is a base hit by Wirt. Cash goes to third. First and third, nobody out. So the Tigers have something going. Here's Ike Brown. Okay, Kaat, infield back. Pitch to Brown. 5-8. Grounds it to third. That'll force Wirt, and Cash will come home. So Ike Brown reaches on a force, bringing home Cash with the infield back. And that makes it a 6-1 ball game. And there's going to be a hitter for Hiller. Hiller pitched 2/3. Very short stint for Hiller. The new pitcher will be Fred Lasher. Fred Lasher. And coming in to hit is Cesar Gutierrez. Cesar Gutierrez is the hitter. He's a right-handed hitter. Okay, Kaat is ready now. It's 1 out, Ike Brown on first. Cash scored. 6-1. Here's Kaat and the pitch. 1-11, and Gutierrez slashes a base hit to left. A pinch hit single. Ike Brown goes to second and holds. First and second, 1 out. So the Tigers have something going here. Oh. And it's Mickey Stanley stepping in to face Kaat. First and second, 1 down. Okay, Kaat is ready. Here's the pitch to Stanley. 6-6. And it's a base hit by Stanley. Ike Brown scores. Gutierrez goes to third. So a nice rally here by the Tigers. 2 runs here in the second. Kaat in trouble. It's a 6-2 ball game. Whew. First and third, 1 out. And Tresh, switch hitter, batting right. Flew to left in the first. So the Tigers have gotten to Jim Kaat here in the second for 2 runs. It's not over yet, though. There is a swarm of people, all reporters and such, with microphones, everything, completely engulfing one George Santos walking out of the courthouse. And it's, you know, it's muted. And I want to just tell you, if you're looking at it from the point of view of, say, a Martian or someone, this is insane. Okay? I mean, you can't even see Santos. There's a group of people. Anyway, Stanley on first, Gutierrez on third, one down. Here's Trush now, switch hitter batting right. Kaat trying to get out of this. Infield is back. Here's the pitch to Trush. 6-3. Right-hander hit deep by Trush. Oh, he's a W power against left-handers, so it's just a base hit. But Gutierrez scores and Stanley goes to third. How do you like that? Tom Trush with a base hit. Rosenda and Woodson up in the bullpen. Let's look at that again. 6-3. Right-hander, end home run 1-13. It's an 8. Against lefty, he's a W. So first and third. It's been first and third all inning. Still only one out. And K-Line is the batter. Okay, Kaat ready. 3 runs in. Pitch to K-Line. 1-6. Fly ball to left, and this will be deep enough for Stanley to tag. Eulander makes the catch. Stanley comes home. 4 runs here in the second for Detroit. So 2 away now, and Trush on first. And Willie Horton comes up, reached on an error. 4 big runs for the Tigers. It's a 6-4 ball game. They're right back in this ball game. Okay, Kaat. And the pitch to Horton. Been like forever. That's good. That counts. 5-5. Grounder to short. Scooped by Cardenas at 2. 17-2, and he throws him out, and the side is retired. Woo, what an inning. But 4 big runs here in the bottom of the second. And after 2, it's Minnesota 6, Detroit 4. Woo! What an inning. Lord. Surprised Kaat got out of that. There's going to be a new pitcher for the Tigers. It's Fred Lasher. Gutierrez started it off, or helped it along, so he was a worthwhile pinch hitter. Lasher comes in, the third pitcher for the Tigers. He's a right-hander. And we'll see what happens. It's been a wild first 2 innings here in Detroit. Okay, we'll see how it goes. See what it goes. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. It's not easy being a parent, Kathy Harden. It really isn't. Folks, I'm taking a break. We're moving to the top of the third. Fred Lasher taking his warm-ups. Fortunately, I was able to salvage this game. It'll be Leo Carlos coming up. And I'll be back in a few minutes. Very, very difficult situation. Yeah, thank you, Kathy. I'll be back, folks. Oh, God almighty. It's been a crazy game, too. It's not like me, folks, to be so disjointed here. You know that. I'll be back in 5. Kathy Harden. What can I say? You know, you go through everything here in this here on the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. My God. Oh. My son. Oh, he's fine. Oh. You know, I say family first. And that's the coffee. There goes the coffee. I'm going to have to make an extra pot today. I've already had about, yeah, it sure does come at me fast. I've already had about 2 1/4 pots. I'm going to be making another half, which would be about 2 3/4. It's a little more than I like to, but I'll take a Klonopin later, and then I'll do the other stuff. What a wacky game. 6-4 Minnesota. I gotta stay strong. My son and me, we're not the only people who have problems. Everyone has, a lot of people have problems today, especially making ends meet. Well, Fred Lasher is the third Tiger pitcher. Somehow, Kaat survived his 4-run second. Lasher will face Cardenas to lead it off. He flew to left to start off the second. Okay, Lasher is ready. And here's the pitch to Cardenas. 5-10. And that's a fly ball to right field for K-Line. That's 1 out. And Kaat will hit. Kaat has a endurance of only 6, but he's a 7 NR and they're winning. So Jim Kaat steps up to the plate. 1 out, nobody on. He doubled and scored in that 5-run second. Here's Lasher. Ooh, God. 1-6, and he struck him out. 2 down for Ted Uhlaender. Uhlaender 2 for 2, 2 singles, scored both times. Twins lead by 2. Top of the third, 2 outs, no one on. And the pitch to Uhlaender. 2-7, and it's a base hit up the middle. He's got 3 singles each inning. Uhlander. And here's Rod Carew now. Uhlaender being held 1-8. Lots of pitchers thrown, including Kaat has a lot of pitchers on him. Okay, here's the pitch to Carew. 3-8, and he flies it to center field for Stanley, and that's going to retire the side. So Fred Lasher looks pretty good there in his first inning of relief. We're moving to the bottom of the third. Big Jim Kaat will face Freehand to start it off. Freehand flew to left. Okay, Kaat. Here's the pitch to Freehand. 6-2. And it's a ground ball back to Kaat. He's a 1. 3-1, and he throws him out. Here's Norman Cash, storming Norman. Lefty here. Caught in his windup and the pitch to Cash. 6-7. He flies it to center field. And Tovar makes the catch, 2 away for Don Works. The wind up by Kaat. And the pitch, 4-5. Fly ball to right field should end the inning. Oliva makes the catch, 1-2-3 for Kaat here in the third. After 3, it's 6-4 Minnesota. Kaat looked pretty good there. Fred Lasher, he has an endurance of 3 in relief. This is his second inning. Tony O will lead it off. He homered, 3-run blast in the second. Ran it to second in the first. Oh. Oh. Here's Lasher. The pitch to Oliva. 3-7. And that is a double off the wall for Oliva to lead it off. It's a very nice ball game. Oliva leads off with a double. Here's Killebrew now. Lasher from the stretch. And the pitch to Harmon. 5-6, and that is a drive hit out deep. Into the gap, left center, it's dropping. Oliva rounding third, he scores, and Killebrew comes in with a triple. A triple off Lasher. And that makes it a 7-4 ball game. And here's Rich Reese. There's action again in the Tigers bullpen. Pat Dobson warming. Right-hander. Mostly used in relief. Here's Rich Reese now. Killebrew on third, nobody out. The pitch to Reese. 5-5, it's hit deep by Reese. And it's gone, a 2-run home run for Rich Reese. So it looks like you spoke too soon there, Kathy Harden. 3 runs this inning for Minnesota. for Reese, number 11 on the season. Rich Reese with a 2-run home run here. 3 runs in this inning. It's 9-4. They're going to keep Lasher in. Roseboro is the batter. See what Lasher can do here. Okay, here's Lasher now. Pitch to Roseboro. Pops it up to first, and Cash makes the catch. That's 1 down. Lasher due up second next inning, bottom of the 4th, so they're seeing if he can get out of this. Okay, Lasher now. 2-3, grounds it to short for Tresh, and he throws it over to Cash. That's 2 outs. And Leo Cardenas comes up. Two outs, nobody on, 3 in. 9-4 ball game. Here's the pitch to Cardenas. 5-12. Grounds back to Lasher. He's a 2. 18-2. And he throws him out. So the side is finally retired. 3 runs for the Twins here. And in the middle of the 4th, it's a 9-4 ball game. Lord. That's the last inning for Lasher, because they'll pinch hit for him. He pitched 2 innings, allowed 4 hits. The new pitcher is Pat Dobson. He'll be the 4th pitcher for the Tigers today. And Ike Brown leads it off against Kaat. Kaat retired the side in order in the 3rd. Okay, Kaat. Here's the pitch to Ike Brown. 3-8, grounds it to short, 1 away. And there's a hitter here for Lasher. Against Kaat, the left-hander. God, they have nothing. Nothing. It's going to be Jim Price, the right-handed hitter. Also a catcher. They have nothing really to use. Here's Jim Price pinch hitting, 1 out, nobody on. Okay, Kaat. And the pitch to Price. 6-9, and he struck him out. That's the first strikeout for Kaat today, 2 away. Top of the order, Mickey Stanley. Walked and singled and scored. Here's the pitch to Stanley. 3-8, grounds it to third. Killebrew has it, throws it over to Reese, and it's another 1-2-3 inning for Kaat. So if he gets into a groove, Tigers are doomed. It's 9-4 through 4. And the new pitcher is Pat Dobson. We'll let him take his warm-ups. Oh my God. To look at, now I'm watching a video of, oh God. I am so sorry, people, but taking a Feinstein, the senator, in a wheelchair coming out of the It's top of the fifth. Pat Dobson now. And Jim Kaat is the leadoff hitter. I think I'll just take a Klonopin since I really don't, I'm not in the mood for more coffee, you know. It's too early for the week. But I have a good reason to be taking it. Okay, here we go. Jim Kaat steps in, facing Dobson. It's 9-4. Here's Dobson. Yeah, whatever helps, you bet. 2-4. And off his own card, it's a base hit by Kaat. Off his own card. So Kaat on first. He's 2 for 3 now. And Ted Uhlaender, he's 3 for 3 with 3 singles. Dobson from the stretch here. Pitch to Uhlaender. 110. And it's a double to left by Uhlaender. Oh my. Kaat goes to third. He'll hold. A double by Uhlaender. He's 4 for 4 today. Second and third, nobody out. And here's Carew. So Dobson in trouble. Here's the pitch to Carew. 2-6. Grounds it to first, and the runners hold. So there's one away. Now Oliva. The pitch from Dobson. 5-11, it's a base hit to right. Look at that, Oliva 3 for 4. Kaat scores. 4th run batted in for Oliva. Uhlaender can stretch it. That's 5-11. Base hit to right. Uhlaender coming home with 1 out. 1-16. -3, 1-13. He'll hold. With a 10-4 lead, first and third, 1 out, and here comes Killebrew. We've seen this. Did we see this movie this morning? I'm trying to remember. It was 10-1. Yeah, Oakland over Cleveland. God. Okay, it's Oliva on first, Uhlaender on third, with 1 out. Harmon walked, doubled, and tripled. Actually has a decent chance for a cycle here. He's already gotten the hard part, the triple. Infield for the double play. Here's the pitch from Dobson. 1-6. He walked him. And not a bad idea. Even though Reese has a better average than Harmon. Harmon did hit 276. Reese 322. He only had 419 at bats. I don't know if he was eligible for the batting title or what, but either way, he didn't win it. We've seen this movie before. I'm trying to stay strong for you people. Despite my challenges. Bases loaded, 1 out. Reese, 2 for 3, a single and a home run. And Reese has two knocked in. Here's Dobson. 5-3, fly ball to left. Horton going back, he's a 3. 2-3, he can't get it, it falls in for a double. Eulander scores, Oliva scores, Killebrew goes to third, a 2-run double. That's 4 knocked in by Reese. It's 12-4. Twins. Dobson getting slammed. Second and third. Still only 1 out. There's action in the Tigers bullpen. Oh. Tom Timmerman is warming. He is a right-hander, Tom Timmerman. Reese on second, Killebrew on third. Still only 1 out. Roseboro at the plate. If we keep going long enough, I'll be able to do some of the other stuff at 5 o'clock. This game is already 74 minutes long. Okay, Dobson. Facing Roseboro. 110. And he struck him out. 2 outs. And here's Tovar. I'm doing great. Thank you for the encouragement, really. I'm trying. Dobson. Trying to get out of this. He's allowed 3 here in his first inning. Here's the pitch to Tovar. 2-10. And it's a grounder to short. Tresh has it over to Cash. And the side is finally retired after 3 runs. And in the middle of the 5th, it's a 12-4 ball game. Meanwhile, Jim Kaat has allowed 4 runs in 4 innings. Tigers trail by 8. Maybe I'll take a small hit at 4 p.m. Why the hell not? All right, Kaat. Here's the pitch to Tresh. 111. And it's a base hit up the middle by Tresh. His second base hit of the ball game. Tresh on first now. K-line. Again. Tigers down by 8 runs. Okay, Kaat from the stretch. Here's the pitch to K-line. 5-8. Grounder to third for the force. One out, K-line on first now. And Willie Horton. Kaat's endurance inning is next inning, 6th inning. Here's the pitch to Horton. 3-11, and he pops it up to short for Cardenas, and that's 2 away. Now Bill Freehand. Freehand having a tough time catching these pitchers here. So many pitchers thrown here by the Tigers. That's a Freehand. That's tough on Freehand. Just back from his injury. 2 down and K-line on first. Here's Kaat now. 1-4, and he flies it to left. That's for Eulander, and the side is retired. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. We've gone 5. It's 12-4 Minnesota. Pat Dobson in his 2nd inning allowed 3 runs. See if he fares any better here. Leo Cardenas 0 for 3 leads it off. Kaat is on deck. Okay, Dobson winds. Here's the pitch to Leo. 3-10, and he grounds it back to Dobson for 1 away. Now Jim Kaat, 2 for 3. A double and scored, and a single and scored. He's a 7 NL facing Dobson. That's a called strike to Kaat. Here's Dobson. Whoa! That's a 5-11 left-hander. Base hit to right. So Kaat is 3 for 4. It was a 5. A 5-11 left-hander singles off Dobson. A big game for Kaat at the plate. He's on first, 1 down. Eulander 4 for 4, 3 singles and a double. Scored 3 runs. Okay, Dobson. Pitch to Eulander. 6-4. Grounds it to short. This could be 2. Trash, he's a 3. 10-3. And he turns the double play. So the side is retired. Eulander already with 5 at-bats in the 6th inning. No runs, 1 hit, none left. We're heading to the bottom of the 6th. and it's a 12-4 ball game. We have an early start tomorrow. Pittsburgh at LA. The Amazing Pirates, 8 a.m. Eastern U.S. time. That's 5 in the morning on the West Coast. Pirates with a 7.5 game lead over the Cubs. And we're heading to the bottom of the 6th. Stormin' Norman will lead it off. Again, Tigers down by 8. Big 8 runs here. I'm going to use the lavatory. Take a micro hit at 4 p.m. and we'll let the chips fall where they may. Okay, Stormin' Norman facing Dobson in his 2nd inning here. The pitch from Dobson for 5, and he flies it to left field. Eulander makes the catch, 1 down. Done works. That's going to be just a very, very small hit. It's medicinal, exactly. You know, and the medicinal aspect is at this hour, it's very important to take just a very small hit. Okay, done worked with 1 out, nobody on. Just going through the motions here, folks. It's an 12-4 ball game. It's, you know, we don't expect the Tigers to come back, but you never know. Here's Dobson. Oh, wait a minute. That's not Dobson. I'm so sorry. It's Kaat. Please excuse me. And we'll give that to Cash. I don't remember what the call was, but we'll let that go. Pops it to second, 2 outs. At least I caught that. Aim for low errors, folks, not no errors. I'm a fallible human being. It's 2 outs, nobody on. Ike Brown now. And we factor in any errors as to just the cost of playing Strat-O-Matic and my when I'm impeded by preoccupations, emotional problems, etc. Ike Brown. Here's Kaat now. 1-2. And he struck him out. So Kaat gets his 2nd strikeout. 1-2-3. And just because I looked on the wrong pitcher for Cash, it wouldn't have made much of a difference anyway. So please, go easy on me, will you? Okay, Dobson is in his 3rd inning. This is his endurance inning. He allowed 3 runs in the 5th, Got out of the sixth quite easily. Should be his last inning. Timmerman is available. There'll be a pinch hitter. He leads off next inning. He'll face Carew to start it off. It's Carew, Oliva, and Killebrew, one of the most formidable 1-2-3 punches in all of baseball, if not the most. I'll tell you what makes me feel a little better is when I see the misfortune of others. This woman, Corey Richens, the author of a children's book on grief, has been charged with the murder of her husband. Who the hell does such things? Who the hell even thinks about such things? Especially, who would think you can get away with that? You're the first person they look at. My God. What a crazy, crazy world. Okay, Dobson. Facing Rodney. Rodney 1 for 4 today. Singled, reached on an error. Been quite a ball game. We're almost at the 1.5 hour mark here. It's top of the 7th, Dobson in his 3rd inning. Here's the pitch to Rodney. 1-8. And he struck him out. Second strikeout for Dobson. So Dobson has looked pretty good after he got blown out of the water in his first inning of relief. This is his endurance inning. Now Tony Oliva, 3 for 4, a single, a double, and a home run. If he triples here, he has the cycle. Only Willie Mays did it this season. In our 1969 replay, it happened, I think, in May. Here's Dobson, the windup, and the pitch to Oliva. 4-5, and he flies it to left, and Willie Horton is there. It's 2-away. And now Harmon Killebrew, 2 for 2. Walked twice, one of them was intentional. Doubled and scored, tripled and scored, and knocked in 1 run. Two outs, nobody on. Here's the pitch from Dobson now. 3-6, and that is a fly ball to center field. And getting under that is Stanley, and it's a 1-2-3 for Dobson, so quite a turnaround. It's the 7th inning stretch, people. I'm going to stretch those molecules. Dobson is through. There'll be a pinch hitter for him in the bottom of the 7th here. Dobson ends up pitching 3 innings. He lasted longer than anyone thus far. He allowed 5 hits. He walked 1, struck out 2. And allowed 3 runs. Timmerman will be the new pitcher for next inning for the Tigers, and he'll be the 5th pitcher. And one of the things you don't like about this is you don't like to see your bullpen getting burnt out in a game like this. They have very little to go with here on the bench to face Kaat, the left-hander. Gates Brown is available, but he's a left-hander and he can't hit the side of a fence against left-handers. Jim Northrup has been injured. He's a left-hander, but we might use him. And it's not an injury through Strat-O-Matic, it's that he's just not in the lineup for about 2 weeks. So he's obviously hurt, but he has a lot of at-bats, so I expect him to come back soon. McAuliffe, by the way, had surgery, so he's out for the season. Dave Campbell is a right-handed hitter, but he hit 103. And then you have Tommy Magic, who isn't too good against left-handers. I think Northrop is probably a better bet, but not much better. So Jim Northrop will be the pinch hitter here. Facing Kaat, who's gone all the frickin' way. He has allowed 4 runs, all in the second inning. Other than that, he's been pretty effective. And it's time for me to take my micro hit. I want to really process this one well. There's actually some stuffed in from last night. So I'm just going to take a drag off that, just to take the load away. Very, very, very small micro. Oh, that was good. Okay, here comes Northrop. Kathy, you've been through them all the games. This one with multiple interruptions, disconnections, phone calls, the blow-away game. Finally, we have one of these. This August has been amazing. We've got a couple of knockouts. In fact, Oakland won 10. Oakland beat Cleveland 10-1, and then they also won 9-0 in the series. And they ended up taking 3 of 4 in that. And that was very nice hits. Perfect size. Northrop steps in. Let me be strong. Oh. Okay, left-handed hitter Northrop. Lefty against Kaat. Here's Kaat now. 311. And he walked him. And he's got speed. So Northrop on first to start it off. And here's Mickey Stanley. And it's nice to have you here, Kathy Harden, for the companionship, the support. And I mean it. You're a good kid, you know that? You really are. I don't think you mind being called a kid, huh? Mickey Stanley comes up here. Northrop has a short lead off first. Got 2 hits and/or walks away from fatigue. Rosenda and Woodson are available in the bullpen. Okay. Stanley 1 for 2 with a walk. And Kaat is ready. You're very welcome. Here's the pitch to Stanley. 2-8. Grounds it to short. That's going to force Northrop. So Stanley on first with 1 out. And now Tom Tresh. Tresh 2 for 3. I tell you, Tresh been playing good. Shortstop. Pretty consistent with the bat for the Tigers. He's certainly a nice alternative to putting Stanley at short when he's a 4. Northrop's been hurt. McCullough's been hurt. It's Stanley on first, 1 down. Tresh the batter. Switch hitter hitting right against the southpaw. Kaat. We're in the bottom of the 7th. And the pitch to Tresh. 4-9. Grounds it to first, another force. Stanley thrown out at second. So 2 outs, Tresh on first now for Al Kaline. They called Ernie Mr. Cub, shouldn't they call him Mr. Tiger? I always thought of him as the franchise veteran, stayed with the Tigers, I think, through the end. Okay, 2 outs. Tresh on first, caught from the stretch. And the pitch to Kaline. 2-7. He walked him. 1 more hit or walk, and Kaat will be fatigued. And in the clutch situation, Willie Horton has a chance here. Willie is 0 for 3, reached on an error left on base. He's Mr. Tiger. Yeah, I don't think he was called that proper, though, was he? I don't think so. Good right fielder, good arm, decent speed. Not great speed, decent speed. Good hitter, including decent power. Certainly not a 30 or 40 home run man who might have done that one season. And he came right out of high school. He never played a day in the minor leagues. My father must have told me that 1,000 times. Kaline on first, 2 down. It's actually first and second with Tresh on second, 2 down. And Horton at the plate. Here's Kaat now. 2-7. And he grounds it to second. That's going to be the inning. The side is retired. And I'm going to tell you all something. If things didn't get more bizarre, the rain has just started to come down very, very, very strongly here at Tiger Stadium, and I hope this isn't going to be long. It's going to give me a chance, and I understand, Kathy, whether it be you or anybody else, if you need to walk away, we're going to have a rain delay. Yeah, it's going to help bring me back to about, I'm looking at about a 1 hour rain delay, about 52 minutes. And then at 5 p.m. Eastern, if the rain is okay, we'll take a look. We'll resume this ball game. We've gone 7. It is a 12-4 ball game. I just figured let's allow the excruciation to really crystallize, okay, of this ball game. This is a rain delay. The rain is coming pretty hard. I hear, though, that this is a system, a fast traveling system that has a good chance of moving to the northeast, away from Tiger Stadium. It's a shame. They could call this game. The umpires are required to wait 75 minutes if the weather improves before declaring the game off. We modify that to about 58 minutes. If there's no improvement, the game can be called off, and it will continue after there are new rules, and it's 30 minutes, but we're going to move it to about 48 now. If they don't improve, they can make the decision to call the game. Because this game has gone 7 innings, this can be called for a win for the Twins, but we will see. And it just goes to show you how tedious baseball can be, and how mundane it can be. But I think this is actually a blessing in disguise, because it's given me an opportunity to settle down, get centered, collect myself. Most of all, feeling like we got our hands on everything, me and my son, to try to deal with other problems. You know, when you have problems, sometimes that requires the doing of something or some things and or stopping doing something. And This amounts to a form of adaptation. It's a survival technique. You have to change with conditions. You can't be doing the same thing if things change, unless, of course, that works. But when something isn't working, you have to come up with a strategy to make some changes. And that's what my son is working with me on. So I feel a little better about it that we made that move. We are at Tiger Stadium for a rain delay. I thought it was a perfect opportunity to let the natural forces take over and give me a chance here to get us acclimated. This is, in case you're wondering, this is the Strat-O-Matic network, Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network, and we have been doing the replay of the 1969 season, and it's been awfully nice, and I guess I'm spoiled. Most of the broadcasts have went without a glitch. Occasionally you get them, different things can happen. The broadcasts can get interrupted, freezed, and actually not even work. Fortunately, it's not an ongoing thing. I had a few of them today, though. Part of it was I had to discontinue a game, and when we hadn't even thrown the first pitch of this game, and at 7:45, 7 minutes 45 seconds, we were gonzo. The thing had to be disconnected, and we deleted that, and then we created this new one. We removed that old one from the playlist, added this one. It's as simple as that, but it's got to be done. Again, new pad starts tomorrow. Nothing like starting a new, fresh pad with some nice padding. I have 1,000 game sheets left and only 630 games left. So that was going to leave me ample room for the playoffs and the World Series. Playoffs and the World Series at most would use 17 games. That's nothing, because I would end up having about 400 left, and that's plenty to get started with another replay, with replenishment coming. Got them in the cabinet there. Those rain's still coming down. And of course the question comes is, Tom Timmerman is the new pitcher, and he is taking warm-ups. Even though it's raining, it's a shielded bullpen. He's taking warm-ups, and so is Kaat. I don't think they're going to be taking warm-ups. I think they'll go on and off sporadically throughout this. Oh yeah, I'm well stocked, Kathy. Yeah. Oh, I'm really very pleased. I won a $50 gift certificate on one of their promotions at Strat-O-Matic. And actually, here's 1,000 right here. I didn't realize this is 1,000 right here, 5 of them. So that's actually 1,200 I have. And I ordered them. I used the entire $50 to stock up on these. And I wanted to get more than my replay was left, so I done that. We've got the pens. Since we're on the topic of supplies. We've got plenty of pens. Here's our current pen. It's funny how I think the ball gets stuck, and I was having a little trouble before, but it's doing nicely now. And there's plenty in its reservoir. And you have plenty of 20 die. We got plenty of double die. Even though I don't like these because they're not rounded on the corners. The white double die that come with Strat-O-Matic are my favorites. And they're being used today. When for some reason I use one of these for a special occasion, team colors, I put these two up on my shelf here, so to never put them in here, that's going to make it hard to see. And if that's not enough, as far as the single die goes, we've got quite an assortment. So we got lots of things. We got brown for the Padres. We could use this for the A's. We could use this for the A's. Okay, we use this for a lot of teams. And in fact, using it today, you get doubles. You get more than that. You could use this for a lot of teams. Sometimes we'll go for red. For the Mets, I like to go with an orange and a blue on the 2 die. We don't have a blue on the 20. So we're pretty stocked up here. We also have Correcto tape, which is the second of 4 that the third of 4 that I'm using. The first 2 have already failed, and we'll go with next time. We'll go with the Staples flat that was proposed by Mr. Perota. That just about covers our supplies, other than the player cards and all that. I have 2 sets of pitchers hitting cards. You see, I just figured I'd buy a second set because it was so, the one card really gets, and this is just used since look at this. A lot of that is dirt from my fingers. I also have one that was the most used card. I have one that was cut and taped. If I could find it. They give you a blank. Is this it? I think this is it, yeah. This is taped. I don't know if you can see the tape job right over here. It was ripped. We have 4:24 p.m. Eastern here. It's a rain delay at oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I have 2 sets. And each set comes with 2 of each card. There's 8 of them. So this gives me a you're not going to run out. They're online if people really run into trouble. Oh, so we're looking at about another half hour before we're going to get word here. And if we do play this game, it will start at 5 p.m. at the earliest. A lot of the crowd has left the ballpark. They've seen 7 innings. I think they've seen enough with their Tigers losing here. So we're going to see a diminished crowd here if this game ever starts. I know a lot of people, most people are inside the overhangs. But I don't think we're going to be seeing more than about 5,000-6,000 if this game gets started. But these are for diehards who they'll move up to the better seats. I did it all the time. I used to love it. I used to love it. I could get to almost first row. And there's nothing like watching baseball that close. I mean, I understand if you can't have third row seats in the infield, then the next best for me is what I would call mezzanine, second deck. It's a smaller deck used for sportscasters, dead center field. Great way to watch the ball game. And I had that for the opener in 1993 of the expansion Miami Marlins. It was Charlie Huff, and his first pitch was a strike, and the crowd went crazy. Who would have thought 4 years later they'd win it all? I remember seeing that live. It's a rain delay, and for those of you who are hanging, you can consider this ambiance, or you can come back, whatever you want to do. I'm staying. And we're hoping by 5 o'clock, we're hoping by 10 of 5 Eastern time, we're going to get at least a word on weather looks like. It's a moderate rain, still pretty, you can't play in this, but it has let up just a bit. We are streaming over 2 hours. Today. I'm going to take a walk outside for a minute and try to collect myself, and when I come back we'll just hang in here for at least the next 20 minutes and see about what kind of update we can get. And for those 20 minutes, well, we'll find something to talk about, something to do. And Kathy Hard, you're awesome. You consider this part of just the whole thing. But I feel pretty now. I feel pretty relaxed. roundabouts during a rain delay. I like to maybe show some highlights of our league here. If you go to our community board, and you go to, first of all, our standings in the AL East. After Oakland beat Cleveland, so Oakland within 11 and a half. Detroit 18 and a half behind. Seattle and KC in the 5th and 6th positions, respectively. White Sox doing poorly, 9.5 behind California in 4th place, and only 2.5 ahead of expansion Seattle. There was a game with the White Sox and Seattle that is worth noting.
That's the third walk that Rico has drawn today.
This was Seattle at Boston. It was a 3-3 tie, I believe.
Tony C comes up. Meyer.
Actually, it was, 3-3, 4-3 now. 4-3. I'm sorry, it's 3-3. 3-3. Boston over Seattle. This just happened. And you can see the text there in the right there. Mr. Perota has already said that Tony C is going to win it and be the star. So that would, if he wins it, that's a walk-off. Its bases loaded with 1 out. Meyer, tie ball game, bottom of the 9th, and here's what happened.
Mr. Perota predicting that Tony C will win it. Its bases loaded, 1 out. The infield is back. Meyer will pitch. Full windup. Tony C 2 for 4 today. Here's Meyer into his windup and the pitch to Tony. 3-7, and that is a base hit up the middle. O'Brien scores, and Mr. Perota is correct. And the Red Sox win it in bases loaded. That's the third walk that Rico has drawn today. Tony C comes up. Meyer.
So that was the walk-off predicted. Looking at the National League, Pirates have a 7.5 game lead. Cubs have faltered. They were within about 5 or 5.5, something like that. And they have fallen back. Cards, though, have moved up within 10. Mets are 12 behind. In the West, It's Atlanta and San Francisco. Braves with a 2-game lead. Atlanta was within a game, I think maybe half a game. Also, keep your eye on Houston. They're 9 games out. As far as league leaders go, McCovey leads the National League with 36 home runs. Juan Marichal with 19. He lost and got a no decision on his 2 last starts, so he missed 2 tries for number 20. Hans has 16, Niekro has 16, Reed has 15. In the AL, Howard Johnson leads Major League Baseball with 41 home runs. Reggie has 35, Epstein 29, Rico has 29, Killebrew 28, Yaz 28. Boswell leading the American League with 17 wins. Cuellar and McNally for Boston, each with 16. Kaat with 14, going for his 15th today. You wonder how this rain delay can affect a pitcher. We got about 6 minutes until we get an update.
Wake up, Achievers.
It looks to me like the rain has settled down just a bit here. This might be promising.
Ability Able United gives you.
It is settling down just a bit. Just a bit. And when we get back, we get word, we'll be the first to let you know. It is now a light drizzle, but just a tad more than a drizzle. It's still coming down, but very, very much lighter than before. And there's a chance, if the meteorologist was right, this system is moving. Looks like this is the outskirts of the system. We expect an update in about 3 minutes. Now Appreciate you all. We are now on a 2-hour run here. We started at 2:35. It's about a minute. We expect the official update. Okay, we are getting a report. The report is that the rain has diminished significantly, and they're going to wait 15 minutes to make a final determination. And again, weather forecast said this storm is moving out of the area. So that might just be what it takes. I think it's a good call all around by the crew. When we resume, if we resume, it's Tom Timmerman, the fifth pitcher for the Tigers, coming in. He's relieving Dobson after Northrop pinch hit for him. And meanwhile, Jim Kaat has been all the way. So bear with us here. At Tigers Stadium. The good thing about the rain delays is they do allow for flexibility in how we disseminate these games. I see Timmerman warming. Kaat's been up and down. And it looks to me like they're both going to come back in this ball game. Timmerman hasn't even pitched yet. So, but Kaat is going to be coming in to pitch the bottom of the eighth to the Tigers. The Tigers trail by 8. They were down 6-0. They scored 4 in the second, knocking Wilson out. And it's been goose egg since then. Jim Kaat has been very tough, and that's what the name of the game. He's going to continue to be very tough if he does. Oh, Lord. The first batter scheduled to come up against Timmerman is Rich Reese. He's a left-hander going against the righty Timmerman. And Reese is 3 for 4, a single, a home run, a double. If he triples, he's got a cycle, and that would be the hardest one to get, the triple, the hardest element. But we'll see. We've had some threats. Only Willie Mays this season, back in May, hit for the cycle, even though it's not one of his best seasons. I think he hit 280 something with 13 home runs. He was out a lot. He only had 400 plus at bats. We're waiting for the update at the top of the hour here at Detroit's municipal. Actually, it was Tiger Stadium. I think it was changed a few times, but I think it was called Tiger back then. We're just about 6 minutes away from the update. It's really turned into a rather light drizzle now. I think they're going to get this game going. Shell of a crowd here. I think they had about 9,000, and I think we'll be lucky if we got half that left. Not only because of the rain delay, but it's a 12-4 ball game, and 7 innings have been played. How is who doing, Kathy Hart? Me? How am I doing? Doing okay, considering the tumult that I'm going through today. Holding my own, feeling a little bit comfortably numb. I'm feeling comfortably numb right now. I think that was good for me, the Klonopin and the micro hit. I just wanted to get it going here. I'm waiting for the update. Okay, the update has come a few minutes early. The update is this game is starting at about 5 p.m. Eastern, top of the hour, and or how long it takes for them to get the tarp off. So this rain delay has been halted, and we're going to play baseball. Not to say there's moisture in the outfield, there's even moisture still coming down, a very light drizzle, but they're going to get this in. Almost like a game nobody cares about. They're pulling the tarp off. And the crowd likes that. And after that, they'll retouch that infield with some dirt and groom the infield. That'll take a couple minutes. And there'll be a new pitcher, the fifth for the evening. Tom Timmerman, a right-hander. And he'll face Rich Reese, who's had a ball game. Again, he's a triple away from a cycle. There's going to be a couple minutes here. The tarp is just about off, and out comes the ground crew for detailing on the infield. The outfield may be a little bit soaky, so let's look for what happens if anything's hit out there. But the infield seems to be in good shape. Cleaning it up. Putting on those last touches. We're going to get this game in. They could have called it, but they're going with this game here. Jim Kaat is loosening up in the bullpen to get himself ready to pitch to the Tigers in the bottom of the eighth. Tom Timmerman comes out. The Tigers come out. And I'm going to go for another micro hit here. I think I can still get some of the stuff that's in here from last night. I don't even think I stuffed that too long. Here it goes. Just a small. Perfect. Oh, just. Oh, perfect. Okay, here comes Rich Reese to lead it off. Again, struck out, singled, homered, and doubled. A triple will give him the cycle. Timmerman is ready. Here's the pitch to Reese. 5-8, and he grounds it to second for Ike Brown, a 4. And Brown boots it for an error. The second for Detroit. And Johnny Roseboro, boy, that he must be tired. Let alone poor Bill Freehan. Okay, Roseboro singled, sacrifice fly, popped to first, and struck out. It's Reese on first after the error by Work. Timmerman from the stretch, and the pitch to Roseboro. 3-5. He grounds it to first for a force. Roseboro takes first with one down. Wait a minute. 3-5. That's a double play. I misread that. I always double check. 3-5 on Roseboro. Against the right-hander, that is a double play. Two outs. Look at this goddamn thing. Now this goddamn thing. So unreliable. You live and learn, right? So it's two-way. And here's Cesar Tovar. The pitch to Tovar. 6-12. Walked him. Double A, 1-15, 1-13 to steal. He's not going. Down by 8. Leo Cardenas. 2 outs and Tovar on first. 1-11. Grounds it to first for Cash. And the side is retired. No runs. No hits, the error, the walk, and 1 left. Bottom of the 8th. And Kaat. Two hits and/or walks. He's reached fatigue. Resenda is available, and Woodson is available. And here's Bill Freehand. Yeah, any of you have memories of watching baseball games on the TV or the radio? The TV would be worse. I like radio. Where you had a game like a 12-4 game and you know, late innings, it's, you know, it's boring. It's just one of those games. It happens in baseball. Horton, Freehand leads it off. Kaat has really settled down since that 4-run second. Here's the pitch to Freehand. 1-5. Walked him. Now he's a hit or walk away from fatigue. There's Freehand on first. Throwaway games, absolutely. Okay, Kaat from the stretch. And the pitch to Norman. 110, and it's popped up left side by third base. Foul territory, caught by Killebrew. That's 1 away. Wait a minute. Yes, it was. Still a light drizzle. Here's Donworth. .111. And he grounds it to first. That's Reese, steps it on the bag. Freehand goes to second, so it's 2 outs. Freehand on second, Ike Brown. Ike is 0 for 3, he reached on a 4-cent score. Here's the pitch to Ike Brown. 1-5. Struck him out. That's number 3 for Jimmy Kaat. Side is retired. We're getting down here. No runs, 1 hit, 1 walk. Lead off free hand, left on base. We're heading to the 9th, and Tom Timmerman in his 2nd inning of relief, 5th pitcher for the Tigers. And here's Kaat with his 5th at bat. 3 for 4, Jim Kaat. I'm going to have to give him the MVP, especially since some of his hits were consequential, moving people over, mostly. Didn't knock anyone home, but still. But we'll see if Mr. Perota is here. Kaat steps in now. Timmerman on the mound. No runs allowed in the 8th by Timmerman. Again, Kaat 3 for 4. And it's very realistic. You could easily be listening to wrap-ups, recaps of games played, and they say the Twins won 12-4. Kaat went all the way. He went 3 for 4. I mean, that's not that unusual. Here's Timmerman now. They'd like to get him, though. 6'8", left-hander, flies to right. They do. Get him to fly to K-line. Out in right field, K-line throws it in. And Ted Uhlaender, 4 for 5. 3 singles, a double, scored 3 times, grounded into a double in the 7th. There'll be a pinch hitter for Timmerman in the 9th, and then it's back to the top of the order. Okay, pitch to Uhlaender. 1-7, and that is a double off the wall. I mean, these hitters, Uhlaender has been unstoppable with the bat today. Unfrickin' stoppable. 5 for 6. I mean, almost unstoppable. It's going to be a tough call for start of the game. Here comes Carew now. You know, Uhlaender's a good ball player. Good numbers. 273, a little bit of power, 554 at bats. And tonight he's hitting up a storm. Rodney is 1 for 5. He did reach on an error and scored in that 5-run second. So Rodney with Uhlaender on second, 1 down. Here's Timmerman now. 5-7. And he flies it to center field, and that's for Stanley. He makes the catch, 2 outs, and Uhlaender holds. And here's Tony O. Again, another chance for the cycle. A triple will do it. A 3-run home run, a double, a single that scored a run. 4 runs batted in. He hit his 22nd home run today. Okay, here's the pitch to Oliva. That's 2-8. And he pops it up to first for cash. And the side is retired. So, we're heading to the bottom of the ninth. Timmerman looked fine there. Actually, in all his innings. He pitched 2. 1 hit. No runs. And here comes Jimmy Kaat, the left-hander here. The drizzle is drizzling. And in fact, if anything, it looks like it has picked up a little. But gosh darn it, I think they're going to try to try real hard here. It's going to be a Dick Tracewski pinch hitting for Timmerman. Dick, a 139 hitter. Yes, they are scrounging that much here to go find someone who can hit a left-hander. Dick Tracewski. Well, at least they're trying. Okay, Jim Kaat trying to finish this off. Here's the pitch to Tracewski. 6-3. And it's hit deep by Tracewski. But he does not have the power. It's going to be a base hit for Tracewski. He's got pretty good speed. Not that we could find anyone to run for him that would be better. But that's adequate. 1-14. So Tracewski nails the end home run. And we'll get a single out of it. He does not have the power. So Kaat allows a single to Tracewski. Again, Kaat has a pretty good lead here, 8 runs. The only thing you don't want to see happening, he's clean from endurance right now. You just don't want to see him get bombed and needlessly let him go on. We have Dick Woodson and Joe Grisenda, who could use the work. Okay, Grisenda the left-hander, Woodson the right-hander. Stanley, 1 for 3 and a walk. With Tracewski on first, nobody out. Kaat from the stretch here. 4-3. Fly ball right. Oliva, he's a 1. There's a nice sound to it, doesn't it? And he makes the catch. Tracewski holds. Here comes Tom Tresh with 1 out and Tracewski on first. The infield is back for this. Tresh 2 for 4 today. He's been hitting, I'm telling you. A lot of these folks been hitting good baseball. rain is coming down now, pretty moderately. It's in danger of being postponed again, but we'll see. They're going to keep it going. That's low for a ball to trash. They're going to keep it going here. Okay, Kaat is ready now. Trash, a switch hitter batting right. With Trzaskowski on first, 1 out. Kaat is working from the stretch. Here's the pitch to Trash. 1-9. A grounder to second. Carew, his only play is to first. Trzaskowski will go to second base, so it's sort of a slow death here for Detroit. Trzaskowski in scoring position now. And Jim Kaat with 2 outs facing Mr. Tiger, Al Kaline, for a chance to get a complete game win. It's not the prettiest win with that 4-run inning, but he basically, other than that inning, he's thrown a shutout. Rain is coming down hard now. Here's Kaat. And the pitch to Kaline. 5-12, and that's grounded to third. Killebrew over to Reese, and the ball game is over. And now the rain is coming down strong. The rain is coming out strong. We'll give you our recap. We try to keep it brief here. The rain is pouring. It was one of those games, people, and you have those games, and you know it. So what a ball game it was. Final score, Tigers 12, Tigers 4. The win goes to Jim Kaat. Kaat pitched 9 full. Really earned his money tonight. Six hits. He walked 5, struck out 3, and he allowed 4 runs. The loss goes to Wilson. Pretty sure Wilson, 6-4, yeah. Wilson is the loser. Final line here, Minnesota 12 runs on 19, I'm sorry, 8, 12, 17, 18 hits, 2 errors, 1 error. Tigers 4 runs, 6 hits, and 2 errors. You know, it's easy to say, but to separate the second inning, Jim Kaat really pitched good ball since the second. If you look here, and when he got into any kind of trouble, he got out of it every time. He threw 4, 1, 2, 3 innings. Well, 3. Okay. So we could look at Kaat. I don't see Mr. Perota. What a game it was. I do acknowledge Oliva and Reese. And if I'm going to be fair, I think it would be fair to give all 3 of them stars of the game. Mr. Perota, I'm sure he might have had a even better designation. I'm not going to litigate it, but Oliva took the Twins out to a 3-0, a 4-1 lead here with that home run, and he scored twice more. Reese opened it up with a 3-run home run. He also doubled home a run. In fact, Oliva knocked in a run in the 5th. So we're going to give it to all 3 of them, people. It's been quite a game. It was a suddenly wet game. It was pretty clear up until about the middle of the 7th, and then the rain started coming down. It was not torrential, it was not severe, but it was a steady rain. They brought the tarp out. And after 45 minutes, they announced that they were going to wait an additional 15 minutes. And at that time, the rain had fallen to a mild drizzle. As predicted by the meteorologists, the storm moved on, and the game was resumed, and then in the bottom of the 8th, it came back. It was a moderate drizzle. I don't think you would play a whole game like that, but they got the game in. And Jim Kaat, in exemplary fashion, finished the game off with a 1-2-3 inning. Lots of big hitting in this ball game. 24 hits in total for both clubs. Wilson got hit hard. He allowed 6 runs, 2 of them unearned. Lasher allowed 3 runs in 2 innings, and then Dobson got bombed. Hiller came in, Timmerman came in, they both pitched well. And we're going to put, what we're going to do is we're going to put this one in the books, everybody. I'm going to show you a little bit about how I like to do this. sleep. This tripod has been actually a very good resource. The first thing I like to do is I like to take my dice tower and move that on to its normal place. Don't rush with it. It's not a race. And I put each team away, being very careful to make sure nobody's gotten in the wrong place, because that can happen. And it has happened. And all of a sudden we can't find somebody. And we do the Tigers. Strat-O-Matic is a culture, as far as I'm concerned. It's more than just a game. And you know, everybody has their own way of doing things, and that's okay. We don't need to get, you know, snooty, snobby, and you know, it's okay to give tips. I've gotten great tips from lots of people. Great tips, matter of fact. You know, what we like to do is come on over here to our storage area for the actual game proper. It's a table. And we place these teams back in their respective piles. AL East, AL West, there's NL East and West. And then we put our pitchers hitting cards right over there. And what I like to do, just so I don't forget, even though I have multiple levels of redundancy, this is a game that I have not yet put into the database, and I put the fielding hitting chart over there, but I like to also put this weight, because the right side has a habit of curling. In fact, I might be better just to put this over here. And we'll put that in the morning. The other game is all situated. Now the two die are in, they're okay. Tomorrow we have Pittsburgh at Los Angeles. And for Pittsburgh, unfortunately I don't have a blue. We were going Dodger blue. Unfortunately, this goddamn set of 20 dies do not have blue. They have everything else. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's black. Dodger blue. So, Dodgers and the Pirates. The Pirates, I think, are well denoted with a yellow. Isn't yellow a color of the Pirates? That looks like the Pirates, doesn't it? So, what we're going to do here is something a little different. And this is all part of the zen of Strat-O-Matic. We're going to replace the two die, and when we do that, we place place the 2 die right over here for safekeeping because they are a unique die there. Not like the other set I have. These are rounded, and these are my standards. So we keep them there. We're sure to always keep them out. She says yellow is perfect, you know. Kathy Harden does. Yes, she does. And what this requires is some really, we call ingenuity. We're gonna go Dodger blue on the 2 die. I'm not a fan of using these 2 die, but when the situation arises, and this is not a Dodger blue, people. A Dodger blue is a bit darker than a powder blue, much darker, I'd say. But it's a certain blue. It's Dodger blue. And here we go. We're going to go with the 2 blue for the Dodgers. And what we can do is it's a simple fix for the single die. We go with white. And why do we do that? Because both teams have white, especially the Dodgers, in their colors. You know, I think the Pirates are mostly black and gold, or black and yellow, you know, but they have white trim. And there is the game. And I think that's a very, very well chosen game, Kathy Harden. Now, something I want to tell you, and I understand if any of you have to leave, but I'm going to tell you that something. Tomorrow, Jim Bunning was due to pitch for the Pirates, but he is not on the Pirates club in Strat-O-Matic. He's on Los Angeles. And he didn't even pitch that much. And he was a bastard. Great pitcher, bastard of a human being. Okay? He was a far-right senator. And some of his policies were heinous. What kind of fucking guy is that? I don't care who he is. So he was a right-hander, Bunning. So my task was to find a suitable right-hander. I'd rather not go with a lefty. I could have. I have to look at the rotations, who's pitching. Oh yeah, well, not tame, he would fit in. He was as radical, and this is before he died, you know, this is before the Tea Party and the Trumpism came around. So he was like he was a part of that right that was going off the rails. I found Bob Moose to pitch, and he has been for me a spot starter in times when Bunning has pitched, and it's working out well in the bullpen. So those amazing Pirates with a 7 1/2 game lead, they can take an 8-game lead with a win here. Over the Cubs. tell you this. The Cubs do not play on this day, but they do open up a series against the Dodgers on the 8th. The Cubs are on the road. They just finished up a series against Houston, of which they really, I'm trying to get more into the things like that. So the Cubs have a travel day here, and they'll throw Jenkins against Bill Singer. So, you know, you want to talk about a matchup. That's something I'm very much looking forward to. So the only thing I might want to show you is, you know, some of you know that I have opted, it got out of hand. I couldn't do the stats, so I did do home runs and wins. And here are all of the games played, all the sheets. Eventually they can be thrown out. I would wait till the end of the season. This is the current group, and I started throwing them out a little bit from the bottom here, you see. But this goes through game 13-12, as you see. And you see, I keep that right here. Here, maybe you can see it now. I have this little bookcase and I keep it right here. It's that simple. If I were to do another league, I could put that one here. And of course, you have online records. So the entire studio I have here is geared pretty much for Strat-O-Matic baseball. Maybe you don't get this view very often, but this is the playing ground. This is the playing area. What the fuck? Why is this not? Oh, okay. What the hell? Oh, here it is. Okay, there we go. Yeah, and I'm not particularly in the mood to show myself, but I will. I'll put on a hoodie, that might help. Show you the way I work. I sit right here. What I do is I take my keyboard off the table. It's located right here, or right down here. I put the X charts back here right left here, very convenient. And I put the scoring card here. I put the batting lineup for the home team here. Batting for the visitors here. Portrait. This goes up and down. The mouse and the score sheet. This goes portrait. The dice tower goes here. The coffee goes here. And I think it makes for a great little space. Yeah, absolutely. And you've seen how I do it. You know. And I enjoy doing it. Now, if anyone's here and any of you have any questions or comments about how you like to play Strat-O-Matic, I'm going to hang out here a while. I don't care if anybody you can see what's going on. I don't care. It's almost like a Strat-O-Matic webcam. You know. I've got to be careful because if I use I could use you got to be really careful with the copyright shit they'll nab you. And I feel so strongly about enjoying this. You can get royalty free on here. Lots of royalty free, or at least it says it is. Okay. Any of you remember those webcams from the 90s when it first came out? They would just show you somebody in their office. Some people have them all through their house, and they found a way to monetize it. They're exhibitionists. I think I'm ready to take another hit. I think what I'll do is eventually head out to get some ice cream for the evening. Oh, there's static. Oh, wow. How's that? Is that any better? Oh, let me know if that's better. Could be the music. Let me know if that's better. That static is musical, so you let me know. Any better there, Kathy? Let me know, will you? There's a delay. I said, oh, I am far away. Okay, I'll fix that. Yeah. This might help. This might help quite a bit. You can let me know if you're hearing me any better right now. Oh, that's better. Okay, that's the way we do it. Yeah, we like to do it better. And that's funny. That's in a loop of me before. You see, I'm behind it now. This is just looping onto the see, that's a nice loop. I like to play with the loops on here, folks, because it's almost like art. It's creating something a little bit new. You can do it quite easily. I like how the bigger one pops out. Watch. You see? And you can see there's a bunch now over here on the right. You see? They're just turning into infinite. Of course, the vision becomes degraded as you proceed, but it's still, that one is still pretty good, you see, and there's a lot of, you see how it pushes over? You gotta work these things very, very carefully here. And meanwhile, I am in Paramount Studios in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I'm so glad that you've decided to hang with us for this unusually long post-game. I was thinking of covering the town hall on Twitter Spaces, because I'm hoping for a calamity, like he becomes incontinent while on the stage. I'm hoping for something really, really over the top. Yeah, you got it right, Kathy, yeah. And nothing wrong with incontinence. With all the madness going on in the world, and if it was really when I would laugh at something, there have been several times when I dribbled just a little bit in my undies, in my panties. And I call that living. I call that, I'm not incontinent. And if even if I was, it's a medical condition that people can deal with. Look how pretty that is. Look at the colors. Wait a minute, Kathy. I have to remember what we were talking about when you were saying that. Handpicked questions. I get off on things, you know, and sometimes I can't remember, so I don't remember what you're talking in relation to. Oh, I hope they're not home picked. I hope to God. And I'm not a fan of, what's her name, Caitlin Collins, but I acknowledge she's competent, and actually she can be tough, and I think her first question should speak to this court ruling, which found him liable for sexual abuse and defamation. Look at that, how pretty that is. No. Well, Kathy, you know, let's talk about this. I'm hoping that he becomes, what can I say, you know, escalated. And he does all the work for you. I want him to say some awful shit. Okay? He's just going to call everything a witch hunt. And as long as he stays in generalities, he'll be fine. It's the devil that's in the details. So, you know, if I was advising him, I would say talk very generally, cryptically, if necessary, and so forth. But I want to thank everybody. I'm not going anywhere right now. I just love this loop right here. And this is an original production that you're looking at. Look how we created that. It's almost like it's a screen or something, or some sort of, and these are, well, you can look at it any way you want. Let's look at them as steps. The front steps don't look so good, but as it moves on, it does look like steps going up to some sort of sun, some sort of light, zenith of some type. And this is brought to you as a bonus from the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network. We've gone 3 hours and 20 minutes tonight. Love that. With that little black hole there. Love that. Look at that hole right there, these holes. You can almost look at them as like post-humans or post-human computer systems, or look at that dot. You could look at them as animals. tell you one thing I do with my son, and it proves communication. We always keep it open. I never put him down. I never label him. If anything, I'll refer to his behavior. I'll say, you know, this is not responsible behavior, responsible to yourself. I don't say you are irresponsible. That doesn't help. We're live from Paramount Studios. This is Jeffrey Guterman. I really have nothing much to do in my life. I'm just trying to stay cool tonight. It's 6 p.m. I'm going to stay on for a while, just to keep myself company. You are under no obligation to hang out, but if you are, I'd be more than glad to have you hang out with me and text if you want. Live text, I'll respond to everything. Meanwhile, I dig this vision here. This is what you call a perfect loop. No interruptions. You know, you stick your arm out, that'll tend to repeat, okay? You know, I could take a pen and just have it sort of dangle across and up. And then, you know, you can add variations to it. You'll see the pen dangling. The end scene is almost indiscernible. It's just a white, it had the semblance of a screen, and now it's just a sort of, the whole white might be moving over to the right, as you see the white here tends to be moving over, and you'll see that would be a nice touch, I guess. I don't know. You know what I might do, and I know it's not going to be very filling, but I have a mind just to get myself some watermelon, and that's all I need tonight. Folks, I'm going to step out. I'm going to keep this going. And I should be back in about 12 minutes because it does take a few minutes for me to actually get through there and buy the item. I'll be back. Boy, that really looks nice. Wow. I got a few things. Couple things. I got a couple things for me to eat. A lot of it is out of anxiety. I got fried chicken and I got cookies for desserts. I do the best I can. I am just snacking. Just giving myself a little treat here. This is a very extensive broadening of the Strat-O-Matic Baseball Network tonight. It's not the best quality that I've had, but it's not too bad. I look for the breasts. 2 breasts and a wing will get me started here. I could eat the whole thing. I think it's a 6-piece. Maybe it's an 8-piece. There's a couple of legs, there's a couple of wings, a couple of breasts, and a couple of thighs. Start off with a wing. And there could be some good meat on that wing. Wow, that is tasty. God. Very tasty. Very tasty. very tasty. So you think she's going to wilt? My gut tells me that if you're still here, he's going to barrage her. He's going to attack her, but I think she'll stick in there. This is an effort by him to try to broaden his base, but I think most of the public, I don't know what percentage, rules him out because of his criminal proceedings. Yeah, she can be tough. I think after the criminal indictment and now this, and 3 cases pending, we don't need someone like that. Well, McCarthy has finally come out and said he will not back Santos for re-election. But what about removing his ass now? What about impeachment proceedings? There is such a thing. He can be expelled. If he had integrity, he would go for that. Right, exactly. At least he'll get his vote for this Congress. I guess the second one, next one too. You have other Republicans calling for him to resign. Romney. We got that new congressman, I forgot his name, from New York. He has got a beard, dark hair. He's pretty good as a Republican. As a non-crazy Republican. You may not like everything he says and wants to do, but still, that's the way it was when they were normal Republicans. Lawler, exactly. That's the way it was. Look at these breasts. Not bad for an $8.99 8-piece. Boy, that's good. I hope all of you have something to eat that's satisfying. Yeah, very meaty. I like it. Really happy with this. Really nice. He's a terrible narcissist, antisocial. He gets a personality disorder all by himself. his own special one of what he is. He'll write a book. And I think most people think it's preposterous. I'm going to be doing a special space on Twitter of the Trump's town hall. You may say, well, why? And the answer is just in hopes that something really bizarre happens. That's all. It never has happened. I'm talking about something like he starts using the N-word, something really off the charts. I would see what McCarthy said about Santos not for re-election is an appeasement. The effort to look like he's doing something moral about it, but at least he gets his whole term and the votes. So it's obviously disgusting. I'm surprised, and it's not that I want it to happen, even though I wouldn't lose any sleep over it. I'm surprised he has not been attacked physically. Especially coming out of that courthouse in that big group, that one guy just loses it and starts hitting him. I don't mean shot or anything like that. This guy, along with the likes of what's her name, Marjorie Greene, Bulbert, this is an embarrassment to the United States government, the Congress, the House, and all the people who voted them in. Maybe we just need to accept that there are people who will elect her in parts of this country. All these people. Well, this was a good burst. Doubt the next one's going to be quite this good, but still, it's good. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And it's never been this bad in my lifetime, meaning elected officials who so significantly deviate from social norms. I think it's going to take time. I think if they continue to lose elections, you'll see some change. And I think whatever change we see will be slow. With Trump running, and even DeSantis, they're going full throttle crazy. The only non-crazy thing Trump said was that he didn't agree with DeSantis's handling of Disney. Who the hell starts a war with Disney when you're running for president? You know, so many things have happened. I know American history better than other, obviously. So staying with that, there are things that have happened 100 years ago that are essentially forgotten by most people or never known. Oh, I think this is a breast. We'll see. I think it is. It's a smaller breast. Okay? But it's fine. I got a big appetite, folks. I'll tell you, it is tasty. Very enjoyable. Like I said, due to anxiety, I tend to conflate hunger and anxiety. But I'm in the mood to eat chicken. About an hour and a half, they're going to start their show. And I think it's a shit show because there's so many elephants in the room. And I hope there's some people out there who are prepared to pose him some very hard questions. Folks, brace, the border is going to become chaos, pure chaos, as if it's not already. This may be a sudden surge of, in the area of 150,000 people. A humanitarian disaster. These poor people fleeing a dangerous country. One of them came over, a migrant, stepped on U.S. soil. The next night they were shot to death. So it makes you wonder, is this safe? Isn't that a kick in the teeth? You risk your life to flee your country and only to get shot in a drive-by shooting. Delicious. I don't know what they're going to do about it. And you know, it's really no fault of any president. Even when, you know, Trump was president, they had him coming in. It wasn't his fault. How he handled it was inhumane. But these surges themselves will hit anybody who's president. This is a very intimate moment because I'm sharing with you the way I eat. No shame, full transparency. with my fingers. Beautiful. You see, you got to get your fingers in there. Get the and then you can go for the less desirable. I've got one wing left. Might as well enjoy that first. Oh wow, well that's a thought. Let's start with this wing here. It's a big wing. Look at that. It's got a nice piece of meat right in here. Look at this. That's a whole fucking piece of choice meat right there. Mmm. I'll tell you what, I'll save the thighs for tomorrow. They're great to nibble on in the morning. These are Chips Ahoy with Reese's. And we'll just have about 3 of these. We might have more later. Okay, we could end up eating the whole thing tonight. We'll see. They're soft, which is not my preference. Yeah, that's pretty good. We'll put those back in the refrigerator. take a little water. We'll have a few more of those later if I get hungry. I'm going to be checking out some of my mentions right now. You're free to watch me do so. This is my tweet deck. It really makes it so much easier. So much easier. Sometimes people are very, very inappropriate because of unrelated matters on tweet. I try to keep an eye on it, but you can't get rid of it all. Just checking my mentions. Sometimes it's so hard to check them. I'm not bragging or anything, but there's so many. It's settled down the last couple days. The thing just stalls. I just look for threats and particular insults that any sort of threats or dares, I block them. I've blocked how many? I don't want to show you. It's something like 80,000. I think it's over 100 now. I have to. A lot of vitriol on, you see, here's an example where you can't, it won't go. You see, you got to do it a whole bunch of times to get the extra, all these mentions. Sometimes it goes, you know. I think it just went. I try my best to look at everything, but sometimes it's just out of the question. A lot of criticism from certain political people. And then you get roundabouts to about how long you think you did it last time. This is 2 hours, so this should be good. People love to give snark. And the key to doing Twitter, if you're going to do this, is to let it roll off your chest like water off a duck. John Wayne Gacy, one of the most notorious mass murderers, was executed on this date, May 10, 1994. And look at him with Rosalind Carter. So it shows how fucked up he is. He was able to get into something to meet Rose Carter. I'm probably going for about 10 minutes, maybe longer, who knows. So now that I'm pretty much satiated with foodstuffs, I think it's time to take a hit here and really enjoy it. Now, I've been working on this, which was stuffed last night. I must have, sometimes I'll overstuff and there's still shit in here. And I'm going to go for one more nice one out of this, and then I'll clean it. It's funny how it's when it's stuffed nicely, you can get it more easily. We'll see if there's anything at all left. I like the fan up there, don't you? I really do. Oh, that's tasty. Lord, that's nice. So I'm just chilling. I used to like the Periscope on Twitter, where other people could come on and talk. Now you can do that now. I'd have to send an invite, but I don't think I can do it in the midstream. So if anyone here has any interest in that, let me know. I'll send you a link, and then all you have to do is come on here. That's all. I think there's still something left in there. I'm going to show you something. After I take one more hit out of that, then I'm going to show you how I clean this. It's my way. Well, that takes care of that. And as you could see, it's pretty stained. What we're going to do is we have a policy here, and that is clean it every day. Don't you dare try to let it go and then expect it, unless you have the right ingredients, which I don't. I have the, I don't have the alcohol, 92%. I don't have the kosher coarse salt. But what I do have is this brush and water. And with that, I make this near clean. It does have sort of a permanent stain on the edge. You'll see that. But if all goes as it's been, we'll get a lot of this out. And as you see, the final product, like I said, does have a little bit, but it's completely on the edge for some reason. Right inside on the edge. And we can still use this quite well, because otherwise it's sparkling clean. Okay, what we like to do is take a little towel and give it a nice little dry inside. Not that I think it really matters. Give it a nice little dry here. This doesn't matter at all. This is actually good for it. It'll cool it off. And we're ready for a usage for seemingly brand new. And I don't know if any of you knew this. I bought just recently a new set of chillums. This is the first I'm using, and I just can't part myself with using one of these other, I guess we'd call these virgins. Now they have to be rinsed the first time. These are all never used. And the key to using these effectively is small hits that are not broken up. I know that sounds counterintuitive to some of you, But no, you don't break it up. That allows it to maintain a presence in the chillum. So we take something, I'll show you what we'll take. Take something like this. And if you place this right in here, you'll see it's right on the edge there. And the key to smoking it successfully is to not draw too hard. And sometimes I fail. I lost a bit of it there. I got a little. Let's try it again. We'll go a little more here. This is a larger hit. I have a feeling I might succeed with larger hits that I can use multiple times. That last one was wild. This is very good. Oh, that was nice. I actually enjoyed that. I got a request from somebody to play one of my originals, and I'll tell you what, maybe I will. Get a shirt on. I don't get this very often, but there are some nice people out there. Appreciate my music. It's been very easy for me. It's a long story. I played instruments from childhood through about age 20, about age 30, and then stopped for years. I thought a guitar would be a great thing. I haven't used it to its fullest. I have songs on YouTube. Just go to my channel, click on videos, you'll see it. I got a Taylor guitar. Oh, thank you, Kathy, very much. That is very kind of you. You know how people feel about their original work. You know, unfortunately, I've never been able to really get it. Very hard for me to play these days. You gotta realize this. Imagine like an old guy coming back after being retired and asking to come right out. Here it is. This is called Goodbye My Love. And I don't know to what extent I'll be able to play it. Got this thing in my head. Sometimes I wish that I was dead. Sometimes I just wanna cry. And the thing that gets me down, I don't know why. Oh, just put me in the ground, and you won't hear a sound from me no more. You think that I'm so awful alive, too much for you, baby, for you to be mine. throw me in the street. There's gotta be someone for me to meet. You hook me in the mouth and you throw at the line. So turn the other way. Wake up to a brand new day. Goodbye, my love. I knew that one day I'd say goodbye, my love. I knew that one day I'd say I love her still. That's why I take these pills. Goodbye, my thank you very much. Haven't played that in decades, people. And that's unproduced. Can you imagine the hook? Goodbye, my love. I knew that one day I'd say I love her still. You know, it really would be moving. That's my thing. That was my one dream, to get my music out there. Didn't do it. Not depressed about it. Not even disappointed. I didn't really even try that hard. Recording demos and playing. They're not even demos. They're basement tapes by a guy who could not play very well, but he can write frickin' songs. And that's a lot of people like that. Play well enough to play the chords. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I know the tune and it's in a chord structure that works for me, I can play the tune. Okay? Sometimes they can give it to you in different octaves. There's an amazing song. See, this is very hard, as far as I'm concerned. That version of it. Because that person just asked me to do another one, okay. And asked me to do it's not an easy thing to do. Yeah, no, this is not. Well, this is a little easier. I don't think so. But anyway, I'll quit while I'm ahead. And the person who asked me, I hope you understand. This is YouTube, and it's a little different for me. Because, you know, no one else can come on. Some people can text. Okay, I have 7:13 p.m. I think I'm going to prepare for what I hope is a spectacle. Of Trump and I have a mind, and we have a wonderful First Amendment. I have a mind to play the grab him by the pussy tape in the middle of it, just for little, comic interludes. But it's not funny because this is sexual assault. The effects of this are. So if any of you are interested in joining me vicariously, by all means we do that. You'll get about the majority of this town hall, unless I'll try my best to stay through it all. But this is going to be on Twitter Spaces. The only thing that YouTube is missing is to make it easy for multiple people to come on. Then this would be a killer app. Okay? To make it easy, it's too hard right now. Very, very strange things going on in life. Oh, Sebastian, how are you, sir? We're so glad to see you tonight. This has turned into an unusual, it's a post-game. There's already 4 hours and 40 minutes we've been going. But most of it has been the post-game, which has been me just hanging out, eating chicken, eating cookies, smoking weed. And I think I've had enough weed for the night. No reason at all to use any more. We're just hanging out here. We're doing that YouTube thing, okay? Well, it's a real shame we can't have people come on here and video conference with ease. If you want to, you can have, you can send an invite, but not once you've started the broadcast. At least that's my understanding. It's a real weak system here, with a great application to get things really good. I'm waiting for and some of you may say, well, what the hell's wrong with you? Are you into sensationalism? But I think that the town hall with Trump with sexual abuse. Indicted, impeached twice. I think it says that he is a very, very dangerous person. Please. A very dangerous person. And, I have 7:20 p.m. Eastern. I think tomorrow, I think I'll have those 2 thighs in the morning and have watermelon in the evening, maybe with some more of those cookies, if there's any left, and that's it. I'm not saying it's eating good. Tomorrow would be the sort of a day, yeah, you get the 2 thighs. There's not much meat with that. But it's psychologically gratifying. And then you just do watermelon. Eat that whole thing. Eat a half a watermelon. That's one of my things that I like to do. The other thing, and I should do it, but the thing is, it takes prep, and you really should chill it for hours. Chickpeas, and my mother used to have a great recipe, but I can't remember it. You know, you got to get something like Dijon mustard or something with mayonnaise, and if you could get chives, and maybe grated parsley, and then just a little bit over. You could put pepper on if you want. This is delightful food. It is, I think it's good protein. I think it is. And just a great food to eat. But I don't go into formal ways of eating. Okay. But I have to be very careful. I've really taught this to myself. But sometimes when I feel like I'm hungry, that's anxiety. Fuck that. Don't feed off that. You don't need to eat. You're not going to feel any better. I'm not bad. I'm about 6 pounds probably overweight for my build. Much of it ended up in my stomach, but not all of it. And at least I'm gaining weight. And then they do say in your old age, you're better off a little overweight. But there's plenty of thin people who are old, who've lived a long time. We're approaching the bottom of the hour, and what a day it's been. This is a game, I'm trying to think of who did we even play today. Oh yeah, Minnesota at Detroit. Without looking at anything, I'm going to give my closing recollections of the ball game. Twins won it pretty big. What was it? 10-4. just huge hitting all around, bombing out. Detroit pitching, knocking Wilson out, and I'm not looking at anything, people. Knocking Wilson out early. Even Kathy Harden commented on it. He was knocked out early. And then, I don't remember, but the last, there were 5 in total. The last, a couple, 2 more at least, let up big runs. Big freaking runs. Even, what's his name, who came in at the end, let up 3 runs on a 3-run homer. You know, so now the other thing of note was the pitching of Jim Kaat, and it was 1 inning when he allowed 4 runs. But every other inning was a shutout inning. He did get into a couple jams, got out of him, and really went all the way. Okay, so that's pretty impressive. And he's got the Twins behind him to knock 10 runs. We had somebody walked in with a run. That's always a sort of more than a disappointment. It's like a shanda. There were some big home runs. I think Oliva hit a home run. I'm trying to, right off the top of my head, so let's see if I can remember. I think it was, I can't remember who else, if it was Dick Green or Duncan who hit a home run. You know, your memory, it's interesting how you can try to recollect the game. And then it just went right to the end there, and it turned out that Jim Kaat had full control of that ball game ever since he let up 4 runs. That's a way to evaluate a performance without getting hung up. If you have a criterion, you know, but if you really look at the sort of the whole picture of this game, okay, he had a bad inning. Well, first of all, his team had already scored 6 runs. It was 6-0. But, you know, then he lets up 4 runs. It's 6-4. Okay. And now it's a deal. You hold the Tigers. Don't let them score. Shit off of you. The Tigers are a very disappointed club this season. They are a mere, I don't know what you call it, shell, or of what they were when they won it all in '68. And McAuliffe has been out for most of the season. He's had surgery. He will not return. I used his card for a bit at the beginning until he got injured. Northrop has been hurt. Freehan has been in and out. And then some of the pitching. And you know, I want to tell you, before I started broadcasting these in July. Of that league, you know, we're in August now. I only started this about, I don't know, 2 months ago, 3 months ago. Now it's every game. And the Tryon on CNN reads, Trump takes questions a day after sex abuse verdict. That's great. Folks, I'm going to set up for my broadcast. Okay, I'm doing it live. And I'll be doing that on Twitter Spaces. You all have a good night. Say, Kathy, you take care. Thank you so much for being here.